where we can draw conclusion and then make our report back to the August Assembly for action to be taken for all those who are not complying with this resolution of the National Assembly on the issue of the unretired impress. Here we are today on the updates on the unretired impress. We are given documents by the Accountant General, and then we went through, and at this point, we'll allow the Accountant General to lead us on the status of the impress. Those who have complied want to get the update, and then those who have not, and then likewise, those who have some evidences that they should be cleared of the unretired impress. So we would like the Accountant General to lead us on the updates. Accountant General, over to you.
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to come back and update you on the progress of work done as far as outstanding impresses are concerned. I would like to ask that we follow the format as presented by the auditors based on the different items as catalogued on the description column, where it is broken down into the different types of impress. With your permission, honorable members, I would like to take first the one on the column on the outstanding impress that says impress not submitted for retirement.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah, they want to make reference to the document or by email. Mr. Mane, do you have access to that?
Oh, is it not possible to present it, to project it? So if we have a projector, we'll be able to project it. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I think it's easier and cost effective, more cost effective. Just the cable. You didn't print. Kon di ngeen ñëw toog fële de. Di ngeen ñëw de. Aw ma de. HDMI. Sax ñi amuñ xaalis. Dañoo yàq xaalis yi. Yàq na adapter bi ñu la ittee. $5.9. Yeah. An amount of this. Yeah. Okay, they printed the right. Started from 3.1.
Definitely, you am ngayon sulit sa ko ba? Di ba? Pero, ninyo di ram so yan. Man, kasi ka na doon ka. Bago siya na sila. Ano ka na ba? Sabi yung bago yun, it's for boy. because just to jël ko topp ko defaree dox soo leen ko objectif yéen def ci les procureur wute mooy lii dafa mel ni ci kon gis nga colonial master bi ñu daan defee liggéey xam nga dañ ko di def sa xaalis muy soota ak sa doole di xaalis léegi mooy kii maa leen tàgge lii maa leen tàgge de waxati ko foofu laa leen tàgge di tàgge foofu laa leen tàgge dañ dégg di tàgge
Back to the meeting. We continue. Accountant General, you can proceed with the presentation.
Okay, I was saying, with your permission, to use the format that was presented by the auditors. And that is, they have a box where they have categorized the different impresses. And I would lead you to the number 1, which says impress not submitted for retirement.
Okay.
So they're cataloging 8.58 million that was not submitted for retirement. And they have given us an appendix which has the details of those impress that were outstanding. Our responses, as at the time of writing these management responses, out of the 8.5 million impress outstanding, an amount of $672,100 relates to impress holders who are not in active service. Thereby, they cannot be traced. $5,941,762, 22 bututs, are available for retirement, whilst $1,852,048 still remains outstanding, which means they are not submitted for retirement. One impress holder with an amount of 15,000 is deceased, and 100,000 is currently being recovered from payroll. And the details of this is contained in Appendix A. So maybe, with your permission, we can go to Appendix A for the details of those impress. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can.
So Appendix A has the details
Sorry,
and the status
wait,
update.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the Appendix A, it has the details of the impress outstanding and our updated response as at today. So do you want me to go through one by one?
Yeah,
or
you can.
I'll allow you?
Yes, you can go one by one.
Okay. The first item with impress number 020 IM61 is for Demba BT Samba. Demba BT Sambu, and retirement date was supposed to be 31st of December 2016, and the amount was 26,950. This amount is still outstanding, and he is not on the payroll to deduct him from the payroll. The second item relates to Mbutu Mbub.
We let her because this is a space, a section of his own. So let us finish those section. Then after, if we have questions related to any of the section, then we can ask. The Accountant General, can you get closer to the mic? Take note of the area, then once you finish that particular part, then we can ask questions before we proceed to the other parts.
Can I go on?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. The second item, Muntumbu. The retirement date was supposed to be 23rd of September 2016, and the amount was 51,900. They still remains outstanding. Omar Jata, retirement date 22nd of September 2016, and the amount was 25,000. The amount still remains outstanding. Babukar Sala, 31st of December 2017, and the amount was 46,250. It's also outstanding. Omar Dabo, retirement date 31st of December, amount 80,000. It's also outstanding. Jibril Jaju, 30th of December, 50,000. The amount of the interest was 50,000, and the amount outstanding as of now is $3,000. Janjambure Sub Treasury, the retirement date was supposed to be 10th of December 2019, and the amount was 174,600. This impress documents are available for retirement. And Janjambure Sub Treasury, retirement date 31st of December, and the amount was 550,000. This impress, the documentation is available for retirement. Mansakonko Sub Treasury, retirement date 30th of December 2019. The amount is 3.864,237.22 bututs. The amount, the documentation is available for retirement. For one reason or the other, when we check the system, the payee name is not supposed to be Mansakonko Sub Treasury. Instead, Permanent Mission UN.
Permanent?
Mission UN. The Gambia Permanent Mission UN. Yeah. The other one is Senabu Fai, retirement date 30th of June 2019. The amount of the interest is 65,800. As of now, 65,799 is outstanding and currently not on payroll for deduction. Rohia Low, 28th of February was the retirement date. The amount was $217,500. That amount still remains outstanding, and basically a document have been submitted, but it is, we found out that that document that was submitted for retirement is not sufficient evidence of how the money was spent. Nene Aminjai, 31st of August 2020, the amount is 15,000, and that 15,000 remains outstanding, although she was on the payroll but is deceased. Seinabu Sonko, the retirement date was supposed to be 10th of March 2020. The amount is 100,000, and we have evidence of retirement, which means the documentation is available for retirement. Abdullah Toure, 17th of September 2020, the amount is 50,000, and it is still outstanding, and we have not gotten evidence of spending. Ignatius Balde, 8th of July 2020 was supposed to be the retirement date, and the amount is 100,000. The amount is still outstanding, and he is not on government payroll. Fatumata Diba, 31st of May 2020, 65,250. The amount outstanding so far is 64,700, and it still remains outstanding. Fatu Jeng Sab, retirement date was supposed to be 30th of September 2020. The interest amount was 100,000. She is on the payroll and currently being deducted. Jibril Gando Balde, retirement date 8th of July 2020. The amount was $84,000, and there is evidence of retirement. Abu Bakar Jain, 30th of September 2020. The amount is 189,000, and it is still outstanding, and he is not on the payroll. Sohna Fatou Cisse, 31st of October 2021, the amount is 100,000, and it's still outstanding, and she is not on the payroll. Aisha Silla, 30th of June 2021, 94,000. The amount outstanding from that 94,000 is 93,925. Available for retirement. Documentation is available. Mansakonko Sub-Treasury, 259,000 was supposed to be retired on the 3rd of August 2021, and it's still outstanding. Momodu Lamin Jiba, 30th of September 2021 was the retirement date, and the amount is 100,000, and it's still outstanding. Lamin Mane, 31st of August 2021 was the retirement date, and the amount is 100,000. The documentation is available for retirement. The UN Permanent Mission, retirement date 30th of October. The amount was 170,049. It still remains outstanding. Mansakonko Sub-Treasury, retirement date 31st of December 2021. The amount was 415,000, and it's still outstanding. Janjambure Sub-Treasury, retirement date was supposed to be 14th of October 2021. The amount is 560,000, and it still remains outstanding. Kerawan Sub-Treasury, 14th of October 2021. The amount is 415,000, and the documentation is available. Basa Sub-Treasury, 14th of October 2021, the amount is 560,000, and the documentation is available for retirement.
Then does the first part, as earlier on decided, we will allow members to come in to ask questions for clarification in this first part that has to do with the interest not submitted for retirement, amounting to 8,580,910.22. Honorable members, we can just go. If there is any point that you feel you need clarification, we may ask. Honorable Mbo.
Can I respond?
You get a question there?
Pardon?
You've got the question?
Yes.
Or you can respond to the question.
Yeah. Yes, I acknowledge that the sub-treasuries and the embassies are under our responsibility. But in most cases, these are just normal impress. You know, it's written in the name of the sub-treasury, but usually they would hand it over to somebody in that institution, let's say sub-treasury or embassy. So that person is the person responsible for to discharge or to take care of that activity, and that person is supposed to return or submit evidence of spending for it to be retired. So those are cases that we come across, and it's also usually an issue to follow up. A typical example is Mansakonko Sub-Treasury for 259,000. This was payment of stipend for nurses in the CRR, NBR, and the rest of the regions. So obviously somebody was responsible, but unfortunately, instead of putting it in the name of that person, they would put the payment in the name of the institution. But then when we're making follow-up, we would drill it down to who was actually responsible.
Yes, you know, the same issue. It seems the sub-treasury are just facilitating for the receipt of the money. And if that is the case, then I think those people will not be able to show that they have not time. Because again, if the sub-treasury just facilitating for the receipt of the money, I'm not sure if you have to hold it account for the people that actually do the money. That is not whatever they want to do at the time. I think we should let them come at the time.
Yes, from our end, we can only know now that we, or during the time that we're making follow-up on the outstanding impress, that is when we drill down, and on the Lincoln notes, that is where now you would see the description that this was meant for A, B, and C. Which means now you would have to go and engage maybe the accountant or somebody in that institution to know exactly what is this all about and who did they give the money to. So that is where now we get to follow up with the individuals concerned. This one is what?
What I was, saying, Chairman, is I can recall that we had an earlier session, and the same issue was brought up, and the Accountant General's Department did take responsibility that the sub-treasuries are under their purview. So I think at this point, the issue of the duty bearers should be settled. We definitely need to know who are those people responsible for the impress. Because leaving the description there as Mansa Konko, Kuntaur, Basse or Janjambure would just bring in some ambiguity. So I don't know how soon can we have that so that the individuals responsible can definitely be accountable for it. Thank you.
Yeah, we will do our best to give you the details of the people responsible before the end of this week. This week. Yeah. Yes, your point is valid, Honorable Member. We are doing our best to implement that, but it's yet to be fully implemented. It has to do with more of sensitizing people, because sometimes we do have resistance. But if people are aware of what the law is saying, then it no more becomes personal. It is the law. So I think the bit that is lacking is to do with sensitization, making people to be aware of the rule. And also, this rule does not affect the people with reimbursable impress.
Okay, Madam Accountant General, yes, people are aware of the law that they should be able to settle this impress. But I just want to know how frequent, or do you have a timetable, a permanent time or a fixed time that you do follow up for the settlement of this or the retirement of this impress? How often do you do that?
Usually, this is a function that is part of the functions here. this is a function that is part of the functions of the accounting or the accounts unit in each MDA or institution. From our end, that is the center, we coordinate these activities as part of our year-end activities in preparation for the government financial statements. So from that perspective, then now we come to the consolidation level where we look at the entire system, that is the entire government, as far as the budget is concerned. So at that stage, that is where now we look at the outstanding interest and then start to engage stakeholders from the central point of view. But this usually, in fact, not usually, this is always part of the functions of the accountants at the different MDAs to make sure they do their month end and their yearly procedures. It's the function of the vote controller as well as the accountant, because the vote controller supervises the accountant because you are the person who's responsible for the discharge of funds in your institution.
Um,
We have put in place or institutionalized certain measures to reduce these kind of situations, i.e. the one that was just mentioned here, that you should not give somebody interest when he or she has an outstanding interest, and also limiting the amount of money that you give out as interest. Those are all part of actions that we are taking to reduce the occurrences of outstanding interest at the level of government. Yes. But sometimes it's really very difficult. Why? Because especially for those activities that are done in the rural area. So basically, let's say you would have a scenario where you are given the interest, but you are not the executing officer. So basically, it goes down to the grassroots where multiple people are along or part of the chain. So usually, for us here, we only depend on people on the ground to help us to sort this out whilst we are here, because we're not involved in the process. So we encounter a whole lot of issues, but like I said, we're always coming up with modalities as to how to curb this problem. question. His salary, I run the risk of not recovering the money in full. So those are the challenges that we are faced with, and I think that is where we're here now, to be given the guidance, in the context of the law.
You have the option of ceasing the salary, but the difficulty with that, the law does not provide you that power to do so. And if you want to continue deducting their salaries, perhaps the time frame may not allow you to recover the whole amount that is involved.
Yes.
So there's legal obstacle connected to that. I think you've got her point.
Yes, I do. And she got a point. That is for us to decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Mbo wants to come to that.
The same issue.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in the financial regulations 2016, I think it's very clear on what they should do. First, to protect the funds, it says on 28, it says the Accountant General shall not issue an impress to an applicant who at the time of making the application has in his or her name an impress due for retirement. That's the first one. Then number two, the impress holder is supposed to retire. When they've taken an impress, they're supposed to retire at the end of the month or latest by the end of the financial year. That's what they're supposed to do. Now, if an officer fails to do so, then the responsibility goes back to the permanent secretary, which is the board controller, to surcharge and even to discipline. So as far as laws are concerned, I think you are covered. They should surcharge and discipline, but that one goes to the vote controller of that institution. But for you, you can refuse not to give a second one when they already have one pending. But if they still not retire after those number of days, then the vote controller, according to the financial regulation 2016, they can surcharge and also discipline the person. So for me, I think the laws are very clear as far as these are concerned. Now I can even read what it says. Where is it? I know there are a lot of issues with the financial regulation anyway, but I think you guys know more than me where they are allowed to deposit at the bank, whatever. But okay, if you go to an impress holder shall retire the impress when he or she no longer requires it, or reduce the impress when he or she finds it exists. So here, if an entry officer fails to enter the authorized retirement date, the permanent secretary may impose disciplinary action or surcharge the officer concerned. So as far as the laws are concerned, they are very clear. So is as accountant general, but the arrest is also on the vote controller of that individual wherever he works. So I think either way, there are enough laws to be able to protect
there are two things involved here. I think the aspect that Honorable Fofana is talking about involve outstanding impresses in large amount that may not be very much recovered if they have to continue deducting from the payroll. And the Accountant General is trying to propose that The option that they intend to do is to seize your entire salary, but they are constrained by law to do that. But this one is coming. If you have an outstanding interest that is not cleared, before you can be entitled to another one, that should not be given until that one is clear. I think that one, we all understand that one. But this one, that's where the problem lies. If you want to follow the deduction, you may not recover the whole amount. Yes.
The clarification I want to make is my question was specifically for the outstanding impress from people who are no longer within the system. How do we recover that? So you realize that the regulations does not cover those people. So this is where we have the challenge, and this is where we need to decide. Honorable Mbo is very right. When it comes to the active staff, the people who are paid salaries, the accountant general, have a way. But now, what about people who are no longer in the system? And if you look at the list provided to us, this goes way back from 2016 up to date in what? 2021, 2022. So now the accountant general is saying that's why they are here. So which means at the end of the day, we need to take what? A firm decision on it. Honorable Chair, if I still have the floor, I want to ask a question.
On that, yeah, let me allow her. She said she has a question in relation to that.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move to another.
Chair, I think part of my question has been asked with Honorable Fufuna, because I just wanted to ask the Accountant General what will now happen to those who are not in the payroll, since those who are not retiring, the impress, you season the salary, for example. So what about those who are not in the payroll? How do you do with them?
That is a speaks on that Honorable Fofana is asking. That is,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said part of my question.
outstanding impress for people who are not in active service. And Accountant General?
I earlier said that is why we're here, for you to arbitrate and give us a way forward.
For us to arbitrate. Honorable members, I think let's take that point.
But you see, Chair, I think the laws are even more than enough. I can read another one also. It still defines the regulations. The officer responsible for the delay in enforcing a payment of a debt shall be held personally liable for that debt becoming irrecoverable. Again, it's the responsibility of the vote or the permanent secretary. You see, for them, they can only go as much, and they have to stop. But the person that actually has personalized that individual to take that interest, the permanent secretary, should be responsible. And the laws are very clear with that. So for them, they can only come in the first part, but after that, they have not retired. In fact, I can literally say outside, even our second one, their hands are tied. But the permanent secretary that is responsible must ensure they retire, or he take legal action if they are not in the service.
Yes, Accountant General.
That still does not solve the situation, because if that permanent secretary is also no more in active service,
A situation of that nature may arise.
okay, let me hear.
He is saying that when the permanent secretary is there, he should take the responsibility. And what you are raising, in the event the permanent secretary, that permanent secretary is not there, who should take the responsibility?
Then the other one also here still now, they need to get the services of the Attorney General for advice in terms of taking legal action against those individuals. So they can still see the Attorney General to put things in place to ensure this actually was the situation, and for advice on the next course of action in terms of taking legal action to those individuals. I think this is really very, very detailed. They can take legal action because the money belongs to the government. They need to retire, and if they don't, for me, I would say willfully.
Accountant General?
Yes, the Attorney General can, to the extent, provide an opinion, but who is going to enforce it?
When the opinion is made by the Attorney General, the law enforcement officers, I guess we all know, opinions are made by the Attorney General. And who should enforce? Those who enforce the law should enforce.
Okay.
Okay.
And maybe I also want to quote a section of the regulation that says that a deduction from the salary of a public officer shall not exceed 1/6 of that officer's gross monthly earnings, and it also applies to a pensioner. So just to, buttress that point of deduction, whatever.
I think on the issue of the deduction, your concern is very clear. Yeah, there's no problem with deduction. I think the problem is recovering the outstanding balance for people who are out of service and those who are also in service. But the amount that is involved, if you want to continue deducting, you cannot at the end recover everything. So here is where we are trying to bring the solution to amicably address that situation. I saw somebody's hand. Honorable Chair.
I think that does not fall under the regulations, that fall under surcharge. Because Section 75 of the Public Finance Act, it is saying that there shall be financial regulations in place. Do you have those regulations in place? For me, I think we are in a situation whereby we are in a situation that prompts the lack of adherence to the act. That is why we are in this situation. That's what Mr. Mbo is telling you. There is never a vacuum in administration. When the permanent secretary is no longer there, he is always replaced by another permanent secretary. Isn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
So then it's an issue of adherence to the act. So I think this is lacking.
Any Honorable Sane? Or the Accountant General?
Yeah, I just needed clarification. Does it mean that the incoming permanent secretary would now be surcharged?
Saying for the incoming permanent secretary to implement the powers given to him. Because what Section 75 is telling you, if you don't mind, I may read it for you as well, or Mbo can read it. So,
Mm-hmm.
With the system. So most of them are still around in the system. They may not be in the same ministry, but they may be in another ministry in 2019, 2020. And for this case of the Minister of Health, for example, if those sub-treasury issues, where for the Minister of Health, the PS is still there. And 80% of the sub-treasury things, if they are for the Minister of Health, the PS is still there. It's the same PS.
Ofana?
Honorable Chair, I think this one is already solved. The Accountant General said they are here so that we can tell them the way forward. The law is clear. Now all we need to do at FPAC is to compel the Accountant General and make sure they contact the Attorney General, and those individuals who are not part of the payroll, the law be enforced and the money is be recovered. FPAC can do that, not so Chair. It falls within the limits of our functions.
That can form part of our reports
And recommendations. Yes, we can do that.
Yeah, but what is not clear is the concern that he has.
No,
That is, those for this one, the approach that we have suggested can handle, but those that are in the active service and the amount that is involved is quite huge.
Sorry, can I come, Chair?
The deduction from the payroll may not recover. What do we do?
That's a very simple one. You have somebody in service that has faulted the rules of financial rules deliberately, they refuse. Of course, there are sanctions to that. If the person needs to be fired from the job, let that be. Because we cannot have laws that will be, infringed upon by people, and they still, sit in their offices. I mean, this is a simple matter. Because if you look at the what's the name again? The regulations. What's the name again?
Public finance.
No, not the public finance.
Financial regulation.
Public order, well, not the public order.
The general
Orders, for example. General orders. You go look there, you see exactly what they've done. This is misconduct. For me, I worried more about somebody who's not in the system than somebody who is there. The one who is there is much easier to resolve because they can be disciplined, and if there is a need, they should be terminated and taken to court. Because that's deliberate. You've been told for 1 year plus, retire, you refuse to refer. You refuse completely. For me, I think that's a simple matter. If the one is not in the system, then I can understand. But you are in the system, you are working and you are being paid every month, and you are supposed to do A, B, and C, you refuse to do it. I mean, that's a simple matter.
Any other issue on that? Then we can proceed.
Empower the same thing. Like the quotations from Honorable Mbo, the financial regulations, the laws are already there. The only problem we have is implementing this law. And then the Accountant General, you are also right. You have a limitation where you stop. And the last option that comes would be now law enforcement. That's where the failure is always. You have a limitation, we have a limitation. But the last option would be law enforcement. Because I know the laws are there even if you are in the grave to follow you to recover that money. Just like a bank loan. Whatever, because I know the person who drafted it. What is going to be done, I know the law is already there. The person who drafted it must look into all this options. When this thing happens, what is the next thing? But it's like a lot of things are failing because of we either fail to implement the law, or we sympathize, or like the Muslaha is too much. Things are not implemented as they should be. I think this is where the problem is.
That's clear. Can we proceed?
They can also do, for those that are not in the system anymore, they can equally be called to take undertaking as to how they can retire those interests.
They can?
As well. Huh?
They can?
They can be called.
They can be called?
To come and take undertaking as to how they would retire those interests as well.
Provided they are engaged elsewhere.
Huh?
But if they are no longer working,
but that's not, maybe there is a need for them to set up some sort of a task force
to make arrangement.
Yeah.
I think we'll come to this, and then as a committee, we'll discuss to come up with our various options, and there we'll draw the attention of the Accountant General. We need time to brainstorm on the modalities to address some of these issues.
I just wanted to ask, because during his explanation, he was, there are areas that she said the retirement documents were available. I just wanted to ask her if they've actually submitted those documents.
Yes, when you mean they are available for retirement, can you shed light on that?
Yeah, I want to say that this process is an ongoing process, where day in, day out, we have people who are tasked to continue the process, i.e., continue the follow-up, so that we reduce the damage to the extent that we have exhausted all available avenues. Then that will be the time when we will say we have engaged, but to no avail. We have not gotten anything. So during the process of that engagement, people would come forward, and then they would bring evidence of retirement or spending. So those documents would be reviewed, and then you see whether it's what you are looking for or not, then they would be accepted and they would be in the office. Available. Yes. Yeah, they have submitted what was still outstanding for them in terms of receipts or evidence of expenditure.
They've already submitted.
Yeah.
The Accountant General at page, the same issue. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. What I just want to say is, if you look at the report, I will give you a classical example. Let's take ISS Chiller, for example. Okay. The auditor's comment is evidence of retirement not provided. And then the response to the ML is saying available retirement. So now, can we correlate it with the National Audit Office? And then we set up a time frame whereby they can also come and look at these pending retirements. And if at all it was done as well, can we be updated? Did the National Audit Office check on these ones which were pending?
Okay. For some of them, the National Audit Office did not review it to accept it, i.e. because there are instances where, like I said, this process is an ongoing process, which means because we know we will be coming here, so we would not stop when the auditors are done, because the auditors have a time frame that they would now come back to review, which means they don't have all the time to wait for us to spend all the time to contact these people and get something from them. So they come and then they would give you a time frame to work on this. After
Put in the same house now, can we harmonize our operations? Because looking at the report, you will realize a handful where the management response and the auditors what? I mean, they do differ. So now, can we get something from the auditor general so that they can make a commitment and visit the accountant general's office, and these retirements which are available, they cross-check it and then we pass those ones so that we can take them from the list, because it was their opinion that these values were what outstanding, so that we can have a different opinion from them and then pave the way forward. So, Chair, can we allow the Auditor General to pick up that particular one? Not the Accountant General, but the Auditor General now. When can they make up time to make sure that those retirements which are available now are vetted and then an opinion is received with regards to their status? Yes.
I think one thing that is clear is that this activity should not be an ending activity. As per your directive, we visited the Accountant General, we had discussion with them. At that date, evidence that were provided was reviewed and checked, and it was agreed that these were the evidence or the documents that are standing. And as at that date, our evidence or our comments stood. So if you still want us, we can still go, but then we'll come back here again, and then it's like there are some evidence that are still not outstanding. When is this cycle going to end? I think this August gathering should at least come up with a concrete deadline to say, look, by this date, we want these issues to be clarified or to be resolved.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think what we need to do, having listened to the Accountant General and the question posed by Honorable Fofana with regards to the indifference of the auditor's comment and that of the Accountant General, what needs to be done is for them to go back and reconcile. Because what the Accountant General is telling us, following the Auditor General's report on these issues, and for them at the Office of the Accountant General, it's an ongoing process. And of course, we know they'll continue to engage them. And when people bring in their document after the auditors have already done their audit and submitted their whatever queries or report they have, they receive new evidence of documentations as per what they are requesting as account officers in respect of the impress. So what we need to do is we give them a timeline for them to go and reconcile what the documents that the Accountant Generals have and also the Auditor Generals have, and then to reconcile them and come up with a definitive report, and that then the National Assembly would have been well informed and come up with a decisive decision.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to add on to what my colleague has earlier said, and also to clarify a little bit, with regards to the issue of going back and forth with the Accountant General, there is nothing that will stop the Accountant General from bringing this document to the attention of the auditors when they found new evidence. So if there was an ongoing process, the Accountant General must at any time it found new evidence, bring it to the attention of the auditors and update them that this is the new evidence that I found with regards to this particular interest or issue. Secondly, Honorable Chair, if you look at these impresses, most of them are issues that deals with back to 2016, 2017, 2018. They are very old issues that the Accountant Generals are very, very fairly aware of. These are not new issues. These are issues that they have come up with petitions before they arrive here and tell this House exactly what they are going to do. As Honorable Dong alluded to earlier, there are sufficient provisions in the law that give the Accountant General procedures for civil recovery, that they can recover these monies from the people that has owed them these monies. Impresses are liabilities, are owings on the government account. As we are saying now, the accounts of 2017, 2018, those liabilities sitting there, most of them are amounting to these impresses. So the Accountant General is given those provisions in the Public Finance Act and the Finance Regulation to recover those liabilities as they fall due in the respective years. There are same laws for that. Additionally, I wish to advise the Honorable House that they need to draw the curtain on this. They need to make a headway onto these matters. You cannot be going back and forth on issues that have been found in 2021 accounts that are now in 2023 being repeated. Most of these issues have implications on the previous accounts, even if they were to be adjusted for. Actually, there are enough provisions, there are enough procedures, there are enough rules to bring a closure to this matter. Most of the people that are on inactive services, as Honorable Law has alluded to, they could be settled out through a civil proceedings. The courts have to decide that these people owe government these monies, and then the courts agree on a recovery mechanism with the Accountant General on how they are going to pay, whether they are going to pay with their assets or they are going to pay with any other form that has to be agreed by the Accountant General and those people at the courts. And the other matter is some of these people that I even see here, they are not even people that are far away from the Accountant General. They're very, very close. They know them. And they should go after them. They should go after them and recover those monies from them. So therefore,
You just have to, the issue of the sub-treasury, I just want to comment on that. I think Honorable Mboy was very apt on that. The procedures, the business process in the sub-treasury is the accountant general hand over monies for the operation of the sub-treasuries. Those sub-treasury embassies have the same operational modalities. Advances are given to them for their operation, day-to-day operations. When they have spent those monies, either with payment of salaries to those who are in the regions, or with payment of PIU foods and food services, or any other payment within their jurisdiction, they will come back, and it's their own accountants that are doing that, not anybody. We should be very clear on that. These are not drilling down to anybody. We are drilling down to their own accountants. And those accountants are under them. So they should actually enforce the retirement of those receipts under their accountant. These are sub-treasury. Everybody, the minute is handed to sub-treasury, going to the governor's offices, is going to the accountant, representing the accountant general in that office. He uses it and make payments, therefore he should also come back and to his master at the accountant general and retire those monies with the receipts that he used to make those payments. So I think this is very clear. The business process needs to be very clear and explained. These are not ambiguous issues. They are very, very easy and easy to understand. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I think we are very clear, as indicated by Honorable Mbow and the Accountant General and the Director General and the Auditor General, that those who receive impresses from the Accountant General Department, in whether sub-unit, sub-treasury, or whatever, you cannot say it because of it's a sub-treasury. You don't know or you don't have the names of those who receive those monies. That is a weak excuse, as the Auditor General indicated. What is going to happen is this FPAC must draw a curtain on those issues with regards to this pending retirement. We have seen in the law, if you have failed to retire, you should not be allocated further monies for same purposes or which will be due for retirement. That's violations of the law. And then we have enough legal remedies that could be used by either the Accountant General or by the accounting officers of various departments. What needs to be done is henceforth, the Accountant General, as he indicated, there need to be sensitization, but ignorance of the law is no excuse. The Accountant General and her representative across the country and outside, they know the financial regulations and all the legal laws with regards to handling of public finances to their fingertips. What she should do now is to be more pragmatic and proactive in ensuring that those impress that are not retired are retired. And if she has any limitations with regards to her powers, there are enough laws and enough procedures the Honorable Mbowe have indicated from the permanent secretary. And you cannot also say because the permanent secretary is not there, this is an institution and it's a government. You are a permanent secretary, you are a civil servant, you are either moved to another department and someone who comes in, he takes over and he's still the permanent secretary of that ministry. And if people are under that ministry, they should be accountable for whatever responsibility that came under their charge. So these things, we will be here until next year. We will not be able to, as the Accountant General indicated and the Auditor General, they are here for us to arbitrate. I think we need to note it down and come up with measures and mechanism in which these issues should be nipped in the bud once and for all.
Any money that is given to the sub-treasuries and the embassies for the operation of the institution is expense. We came here numerous times to say we're working on reducing outstanding imports from for embassies and for sub-treasury. That has been implemented with the extension of the IFMIS, which means we would not send any imports to embassies or sub-treasuries. Instead, for their operations, they are using the system. So any money that is given to them is expensed at the center, and then they would process it just like any other MDA is using the system to make those expenditure. To see now that we do not know what kind of payment or who it is issued to is because these imports that are falling in the names of the sub-treasuries or the embassies is meant for specific activities for some people to handle, and they would not raise the payment voucher in the names of those individuals. Instead, they would raise it in the name of the sub-treasury. So when now we're making follow-up on the outstanding interest, you drill down under the Lincoln notes. That's where now you would know that this is for A, B, and C. But then you would not know who was responsible until you engage the institution that is concerned to say, this was for this particular activity and this person was the one that was handling this activity. And also to clarify, accountants at these institutions, the sub-treasuries and the embassies, are not vote controllers. They are the ones there doing the accounting function, but then the vote controllers are the ones who controls these funds, and maybe in terms of who handles this fund is done at a higher level. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, I just wanted to ask the Accountant General, yes, from the Office of the National Audit, an officer said these people who are yet to retire this impress, the unretired impress, are not from the office, are not from the Accountant General's office. And he's saying you know them, but there is no comment on that. Is that true? Do you actually know them? And what stops you from regular engagement of this settlement? Because someone is not far away from you, it might be, you know, you might shy away from him or her, you know, to push him or her to settle this bill. Is that true that they're not far away from office, far away from you, please?
I want to say that I may not call it not true, but we are not in a position to know everybody. But all those people that we know, we will engage them directly. There is nothing stopping us from engaging people whose names are there as outstanding impress holders. Because the money is not mine, neither is it theirs. We're put there to follow up on these things. That is why I said it is a continuous process. How far we go depends on how soon we reach out to them and get a positive response. Even if it is a negative response, then we would put it there. It is our responsibility to put down whatever we have gotten from those individuals. And all those people that we're aware of, whether officially or informally, we know them, we would reach out to them. If we know you know somebody whose name is here, we will ask you to give us information in terms of contact numbers to contact them. Unless there is evidence to say that there is a particular individual here that we know and deliberately did not engage that person.
Fofana?
Thank you, Chairman. My main reason for raising the issue was to create the avenue whereby the Auditor General's office under of the Accountant General can work this thing out and give us a cutoff date. But after your deliberation, you reminded me that during our meeting, which we conducted earlier on, the two were supposed to meet, you know, and then trash out few issues. So listening to you, it's like from the position of the Auditor General, even the ones which are cleared here as available retirement, stands unretired. Am I right? So, and then listening to you, are you also telling us that even if at all you should go back to the Accountant General's office, it would not change anything?
That depends, Honorable. It could change, because the last time he visited that, I asked him, he confirmed that was in December. So we are in February now.
Okay. Now,
but what I just said earlier is, if he has gone there in December, they have checked and they did not find those retirements there. If they got them in January, what stopped them from calling him and giving him those retirements? That the retirements you came to check for in December are available here. And bearing in mind also, Honorable, most of this is back in 2021. That's December 2021.
That's why I'm continuing. I won't stop yet. You know, one thing is for sure, we need a closure to this, and that will come as part of our recommendations. But first, we want to make sure that all situations are treated fairly. If there is documentation and proof to indicate that there is retirement and the money was used for the reason it was approved for, nothing should stop us from getting those documents. Anything on the contrary should be treated differently. And now the onus lies on FPAC, because we have the laws and the regulations, but we are all seeing the inaction. So we would not apportion blames or whatsoever, since it has reached to this level. Now the onus is on us to tell the Accountant General, fine, you have not been doing this and that, do this now, we recover this money. But now from the Auditor General's office, Chair, we need to draw two time frames here. Since the Auditor General have confirmed the fact that if they should visit, it might change. And the Accountant General have indicated that there is evidence. Let's gather that evidence. We give the Auditor General a time frame. Those other impress holders which stands unretired and there is no evidence of retirement received from them, we draw a cutoff line and compel the Accountant General on or before a specific date to take legal actions. And we also compel the Auditor General and tell him on or before a specific date, bring this result. And when that result comes as well, we determine if at all it is full retirement and sufficient, it's cleared. If at all it is not full retirement or it is insufficient, this is what we have to do. Because what we are seeing, some of this impress is coming way from 2016, and the Auditor General gets it right there. Impress from 2016, if you want me to provide retirement for that today, it will be difficult. So those people, it should not be like we are waiting for their retirement, their documentation have not come. We must just go in for full recovery. The ones which are not far, you can give those people opportunity, to get the retirements from them. But my main issue here, Accountant General, is the sub-treasury. We must take some degree of responsibility. Because I can vividly remember the other time the team came, I posed the question. Why is it that we are having sub-treasury instead of individuals? And the answer we got was, these are our accountants, and we will get the retirements from them. We were all there. That was not done here, it was done in Committee Room 1A. So let us take a degree of responsibility and make sure that we commit ourselves to an action point which will be time bound, and we get this. The accountants, whether they are the vote controllers or not, they are the ones responsible for dispensing the funds. Their narration should be sufficient enough to hold someone accountable. If they fail to do so, unless and until something else is provided, we are going to hold them accountable. So, but you've cleared that point, that before the end of the week, you'll provide the individuals who are, responsible for those impairs. But Chair, I would still insist on my question to say when.
I think that's the point I'm coming to.
When can the Auditor General visit?
Let's take them now on action points.
Action points, yes.
So the first point is situation where we have one not in the payroll and no evidence of retirement provided and retirement not submitted. Those scenario, what should be the action point? You are not in the payroll, no evidence of retirement, and retirement not submitted. What should be the action point?
Go ahead.
Yes. There are procedures. These we all live in this country. First, they need to consult with the whatever ministry they were working before to see if they can have a contact directly with the person through their peers. If actually that fails, then we need to do publication on the newspapers about their names and then the need for them to go back to the treasury to do the proper retirement. That's the second stage. Then the third stage, if they have not come back to fulfill those still, then you get legal advice from the Attorney General's office and then you take legal action, just like we do it in the bank.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, with regards to the updates of the impress retirements, can I also advise the Accountant General's office? No, I just wanted to add something. If they can also improve.
Honorable Chair, sorry.
No, I mean on this, when they are presenting the report or when they are presenting the updates, can they also improve because there are names, but we don't know actually which departments they belong to.
Yeah, we can come to that. But
Exactly, that's what I just wanted to say. That's all I
let's
have to
follow the pattern that we are taking now, that is to say to act. The one that we are on is currently is those not on the payroll and no evidence of retirement, and the retirements are not submitted. Suggestion one that is advanced is that to find their contacts and then get to them. I think that was what the Accountant General was doing. She informed us earlier on that they were doing that. At some point it was working, they could reach to them. In the event that fails, we'll give timeline for that to be done. If that one fails, the names can be published so that if they come across, they can be responding to that publication. If that second option also fails, then we can conclude that we should recommend for legal action. I think that is the first suggestion that is advanced. And then we Fofana.
Chair, I just want to remind the committee that we've passed the first and second stage. Those ones, we've passed them. And Honorable Mbo, you were the very one who made us pass those second stage. We instructed the Accountant General to contact all these people. And during our last meeting, they did confirm that everybody was contacted. We did publish the names. The names were published.
Can I correct here?
Yes, correct me.
The first publication, I think our last briefing, what we agreed is to do further publication on the update that has been given. But the first one was too general. There were those who were involved wrongly. And if correction has been made, the second publication will give us the detail of the current status. Unfortunately, we could not do that publication.
Okay.
So I think I get your point.
No, I'm not done, Chair.
No, I'm coming.
Can I complete?
No, I'm coming.
If not, you'll preempt. You will be thinking for me. I just want to complete.
I draw attention to the first one. The first point, yes, I agree with you that contact, that's why I said I can recall the Accountant General said they were contacting.
Okay, and you will agree with me with the second point when I finish.
The second point, no.
You'll agree with me. I didn't finish, that's why. Just allow me to finish. What I want to say here is, the first publication was general. which means it includes everybody. Allowing publication to stop us from before seeking the advice of the Attorney General might not be justified in this case. We can do a hybrid one. Let us instruct the Accountant General to seek legal advice, engage the Attorney General. Once he engages the Attorney General, the specific individuals whose interest stands unretired, you do a hybrid system. And then publish those ones. Then you don't have a problem. But now if you should say what, contact them, then what, publish them, give time frame for all of it, it won't work. The time frame given for them to contact the accountant, Attorney General should be the same period for the publication.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. As per our last update, this decision was taken that we should be given a publication on the current status of the update. So I agree that to say it will not be relevant to have contact. That as you indicated, the Accountant General did say that they did that one. But the first publication that was too general. This one is the recent updated one. Let's give the benefit of it that where there are corrections to do, we do that. So that, because when that publication was done, a lot of people made queries that their names wrongfully appeared. I think we should not penalize them again. So let's do the publication, do one that we feel is corrected. And then we do that publication, and then if that were, well, that time frame, now we are getting rid of the contacting time. Contact will not be there. We can start from that publication and give the time frame.
Can I do my last intervention on it?
At the expiry of that,
Can I just do my last intervention?
then the legal action can be the option.
Sama, what I want to say here is, the concern, your concern is noted. You are concerned about individuals whose name appear in the initial publication. But those individuals fail to retire at some point, whether it was 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, or 5 months. And by the time you'll be contacting the Attorney General, their name would no longer appear in the updated list. So by contacting the Attorney General, you've already exonerated them. We are talking about impress way from 2016, Chair. We are in what? February 2023.
Yes.
We are in February 2023. So I insist drawing a timeline, procrastinating it. I mean, it's,
Deputy Speaker.
to be honest.
Deputy Speaker.
But just wait, it's just coming.
But I've already given the floor to Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Fofana, I think what the chair is saying here, it is justified also by the comment of both the Accountant General and the Auditor General. Given them time frame, it will of course be sought, but will be seen to be doing justice to everybody. That they were asked to publish and names were published. Some, came with a lot of evidences, whether they are accepted or not accepted. And there is this dispute between the Accountant General and the Auditor General Office. When we give them, for example, she promised to contact them before the end of the week. If this committee resolve that all of them, in this category, are to be contacted from now on Friday, and then the next next week we do the publication, if they don't, for example, and then following which maybe 21 days time from contacting to publication and for legal opinion, we would have given people enough time, and we would have been seen to be just. And both the Accountant General and the National Audit Office and the Auditor General Office, with their dispute, they would have reconciled also along the way. I think it's in the best interest of time and also of reconciliations between the two, and also to avoid people publishing people's names wrongfully. I think we go by that the way Honorable Mo highlighted, Honorable Fofana appeal, and also with the chair, so that we first ask them to contact from now on to Friday.
No, yeah. Honorable Fofana is trying to be proactive. We'll just soon get there.
Honorable Fofana, please.
I'm just trying to recollect that this was a decision that we have taken. Unfortunately, we did not implement. but it will still be helpful and useful. Please, I'll be happy. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Cham, sorry. He's supposed to be the second person. Don't worry.
It happens to me, but I have to give.
Yes, sorry.
So because for me, like if you look at the financial laws, the laws are already there. And then we are talking of how many years this has been going on. And then people don't understand here the diplomatic language. For me, they don't understand the diplomatic language. Action needs to be taken. That's the only solution. If not, it keeps on increasing. We keep on moving. Every year is increasing the number.
If you don't,
for me, people don't understand the diplomatic language. Let's just move on.
If they can't understand diplomatic language, yeah, by way of procedure, they will understand the legal language.
Honorable Chair, since we're talking about the publicity, publishing the names and whatsoever, as I said earlier, in the updates, of course, we have the impress numbers and then we have the names, and of course, we have the amount and so on and so forth. But then we didn't have the departments that they were or are working in. I think this is also important to be part of this for easy identification. Because there are names, for example, Rohilu, who is having 217,000 plus. So who knows who is that Rohilu? Because there is no department indicated here. Of course, there is number. They know, but we don't know. Thank you.
The accountant, Gerald knows. I think that's why they were doing those contacts. Yeah, let's move to the next point. Was he want to clarify?
Yeah. The BEs are there. You said it earlier. I wanted to respond, but they didn't have time. The BEs are there, which is the ministries, where you have impress number. It's prefixed by the BE, but maybe you would not know what O2 is and what O1 is. So, and that particular one that you made mention of, Rohi Malik Law, was given to her by, Rohi Atulo, was given to her by OP. So, usually what we see, you don't need to be in that BE to be given impress in that BE. So we have instances like that where the person is not in that BE, but you're given impress on that BE.
Can we move to the next point? Where we have situation of, yes. No, the point is, yes, that is publication and the legal action. Very good time frame. Now, the time frame for publication, I think you have a point. Let's give time frame of publication.
Yeah.
Yes.
7 days.
1 week.
Yeah.
That's on a low side. I will not allow you to comment on that.
Because contact 1 week, publication 1 week. 7 days.
Already contact is gone.
Yeah, from now on Friday, contact, and the next week, publication.
Contact is gone. We are now at publication.
7 days.
By the end of the day, what is the date today? Today is 13th. If they've not responded by the end of the month, we publish. Okay. End of month. That is January 31st. For February 28th. Okay. I think we are still in January. February 28th. Money. By February 28th.
Chair, can you go through the timelines? Let me understand.
They have up to February 28th. If they've not responded, then we will publish.
Okay. The contacting them is out.
Yes.
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 But yeah. So now we wait up to February 28
Yes,
for FBAC to publish.
publish, yes. That,
Pardon?
she said whether they are all contacted.
In one way or the other. But like we said, some people, we don't know them. We cannot reach out to them.
Yeah.
So there is no way to contact them. We've tried all means. So those that we can reach out to, we have. Those we don't know how to reach out to, we are not contacted.
How do we know?
Sorry,
There
go
are
on.
people, how do we know these are the people whom you don't know?
As at today, with this update, we're saying whoever anybody that we know, we have contacted up as at today.
I mean, example, Honorable Fatih Cham, you need to confirm to us that I don't know Fatu, obviously. And we need an evidence, or you need to show us in any way that you don't actually know Fatu. Because I might be your friend. I'm not saying that's what you're doing exactly, but I might be your friend or a relative. And obviously, as an accountant general sister or whoever, you don't want my name to be published. And I'm not saying, I'm sorry if I offend, but you might not be able to be in a position for my name to be published as a sister, which will be a bad record in your family, of course. So we also need an evidence that, yes, this is the person whom the accountant general's office did not know. So therefore, the person could not be contacted. We need an evidence for that one as well.
Okay. So
Okay.
So are you after the contacting, or whether this list is exhaustive? You know, because in as much as we have given you all the details of those that are outstanding, maybe what we can do is we can give you a list of, to insert a column to say we've contacted this person, or we were not able to contact this person because we do not know. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I think that's that. She can provide a list of those contacted and those whom they could not reach to. Yes, she can do that. Honorable Mbo?
I think because they would have to have some kind of information about that particular person. And when you fill the form, at least you have to tell PMO, I live here or I live there, whatever it is. And secondly, also, you're going to indicate where you are working. For example, if you put Alajimbo Olundum, former employee of Minister of Finance, of course, they will know that's Alajimbo. So the information from PMO will be crucial, and also where you were working at the time of taking this impress also will be crucial. And all those should be indicated so that if you have so many Alajimbos, then you'll be able to know that, okay, this was the one that was working at the Minister of Finance on a particular time of frame. So PMO can help, and also where you last work could also help when we do the publication.
Okay.
Yeah, that is obtained here. The BEs that I made reference to would tell you the BE that gave you the impress, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that is where you're working. You were working at us at that time.
Then again, it goes back to what I was saying before. The ministry, whoever gave it, they should actually give you some information. Well, I don't think they're just going to give out an impress blindly, not knowing who you are, where you work, where you come from, without any other thing. They must have something about you. So that goes back to the ministry, and then the PS should play a part to get that.
Okay, as part of contacting these impress holders, the first thing that we do, letters were written to those BEs where the impresses were issued, but we did not have any response from them, because they claim that they do not know these people. Some were silent. But that was the first thing that we did, because we know we cannot reach out to these people in their individual addresses. So we decided to take the BEs where these impresses were issued to. That was the first thing that we did before we now use the personal contact, that is, individually try to know who knows you to reach out to you.
Commandant General, I'm getting a little bit confused here. What is the purpose of the payment vouchers now? Do you have payment voucher studies?
Yes, we do.
What is the purpose? If at all, still with the payment vouchers, we cannot get a clear narrative as to trace the recipient of those payments.
What do you mean? Because a payment voucher have limited information depending on what you're looking for. You know, on the payment voucher, you would have the person you're making the payment to.
Mm-hmm.
You would have the amount that you're paying.
Mm-hmm.
You will also have
the purpose.
Purpose.
Yes.
That is where the Lincoln notes come in.
Yes.
And then what else? The ministry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is giving you the information.
Mm-hmm.
So apart from that,
is that information not sufficient enough to track this No, to track these individuals. To trace them. No. Commandant General, you know the ministry.
Yeah.
You know the time. You know the amount involved.
Yeah.
You know the individual who received the money.
Yeah.
And you know the purpose
Yes.
of those funds. Now you liaise with those ministries. On that timeline, you liaise with PMO, and still now you cannot track those individuals.
Yeah.
Somebody is hiding them from in the system. That is not possible. I think what we do, Chair, those individuals you cannot trace. Provide, don't just give us their name, provide all those information.
No problem.
All those information to FPAC, and we'll pick it from there.
No problem.
Yes, Chair. In addition to that, those that are...
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We had earlier provided to FPAC the copies of those payment vouchers of all those people with outstanding interest. It was provided.
We do have that.
Yes. In addition to that, whoever authorized the payment, that's the vote controller, to authorize that payment, should also, his name also, we should receive that name also.
Pardon?
The name of the permanent secretary who authorized the payment of that interest.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody must authorize it, not you. Someone must have authorized that interest to be paid to somebody, and you guys process the transaction. So whoever authorized that payment to that individual, the permanent secretary, the vote controller, we need to get the name of that person as well, as part of the information that's been sent to us. Then we will deal with that person. Yeah, that's going to make it easier. Because the payment cannot be just paid like that without somebody authorizing. So the authorized individual then will put it on your head for you to go and look for the person. Thank you.
Can we proceed? The other issue is pertaining to where we have one not in the payroll and there are insufficient documentation. In that case, the money was handed over to a particular person who acknowledged receipt. How do we handle that? Somebody collected or received the impress was handed over to somebody who acknowledged the receipt, if I may name. That is in the case of Rohia 2 and then Fatufai, where it is claimed that the money was handed over to Fatu, who acknowledged receipt of the said amount, and that there are insufficient documentation. So who takes the responsibility now?
Chair, the person that received the money, must be held accountable for receiving the money. Whoever you give it to, that is your own personal issue. The virtue of the authorization was done by somebody that paid this money to Alaji. So if Alaji receives the money and Alaji decides to give this money to somebody else, because perhaps that person has not retired. Sometimes that happens. We know. They have not retired in the system, and they know that if I go, I will not get it, then I use somebody else to take the money for me. But whoever receives it, that's the one we should follow.
Provided, as indicated,
Yes.
there is no documentation, because we had a scenario the other time where the accountant general was updating.
Yes, so in that case, then whoever authorized it, that's what I said previously, whoever authorized that transaction for that to be done, the vote controller, then you go after that person. It's simple. Somebody must have authorized the payment. And if you're going to do authorization and the payment, some documentation must be provided. So if they're unable to provide a document, whoever authorized it, then you go after that person. Simple as that.
In between the two, I'm trying to establish what we concluded in the case of somebody receiving a particular phone, on behalf of group of people, let me put it that way. And then it was evident that those people collected that money from them, and they took that commitment that they have received that money for that particular purpose. And they committed that they would be doing the retirement at a particular given time. There was that material evidence. We concluded at our last meeting that that person is cleared. The ones who took the responsibility, that they are going to be the executing officers, and they will solely retire there, will take the responsibility. Yeah. There were documents, the person committed them to sign, and they collected, and that they're supposed to be doing the retirement upon execution of that particular activity. Or accounting general, can you come in? No.
Yes. I think.
Yeah, the person who took the money handed the money to somebody for that person to execute the activity, and they took the commitment with the one who is handing over the money. The man was a recipient to hand over the money to particular people who are involved in activity, a particular activity. It's not part of the organization.
Yeah.
Okay, but let me put it this way. He was a PS under a particular minister. The PS, the minister delegated that he received the money for so and so people, for so and so particular activity. And then diligently he did so. Make sure they took a commitment that they received this particular amount from so and so for this and this and that, for that purpose. And then upon conducting that activity, they're supposed to retire. To retire to the person who is now in charge of that mobilization or activity is the minister. But his PS received this for the organizers to come and collect the particular fund. And then he makes sure they took that on a commitment. Who should be responsible? The one that collected and then signed that they will be spending and then they will be retiring according to commitment. At our last meeting, we say that they are the one who should do the retirement. Accountant, Auditor General, Asuhanov.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just want to clarify something on the financial regulation relating to your question. When it comes to financial matters in government, the accountable person is the person whose the money's name is thrown on. Whatever arrangement you make later on with that money is your own internal or external arrangement. So you are accountable, the person who has paid the funds. Now you can go and make another arrangement with somebody else to have that money disbursed to them and then later have a retirement package. But you are the accountable person in the eyes of the law. And I would advise that as far as accountability institutions are concerned, we hold those accountable under the law for what they are accountable to. As for whatever arrangement they make later on, that one they can sort it out at their own internal level or in another forum where the investigation will take a detailed turn. But as far as the accountability institution is, if your name is this, you are the one who received the money. You are accountable to produce that money. Whatever arrangement was happening before, you are with another person, that is all up to you. The institutions will recognize you as the recipient, and subsequent events to that is up to you. You can take money from interest, for example, and go and put it in a bank account. It's allowed in the financial regulation. And then you now make sure that for your own evidence, anybody that you are giving money on, that you will have a check. Later on, if you are asked to account for that money, you will now also go at another level to present to another investigator, look, these monies were drawn by A, B, C, D, because here I have the list of the checks and all those things. So that will be another accountability element, but between you and those parties. As far as the institutional arrangement is concerned, this is what I wanted to add on, Honorable. Thank you.
I don't think it's about institutional arrangement. Maybe the accountant general can come in.
I want to distinguish the two scenarios, i.e., this one that is being looked at here is the same kind of scenario, but it's not this completely the same. Why? Because this one, when we looked at it, it was, to us, the evidence was not sufficient, i.e., the imprest holder, the Rahia Tulo, was given the imprest in her name. And then what she brought to us as retirement is a note to say, I have given this money to so a person. When we looked at that, we said that is not sufficient, because there has to be evidence, or that person makes an undertaking to say, yes, I have taken this money from you and I take the responsibility to retire it. Which is the difference between this one and the other ones, where the individual was given the imprest, but then the bosses or so, because it is clearly stipulated there to run this particular activity. So now those people who were responsible for executing those activities now came forward, and then the money was distributed amongst them to say, instead of giving these 3 people this much, they say they are taking this much from this person and promise to retire at the end of this activity. So this is the difference between the two scenarios.
I think we'll come to that.
Yeah.
When we read that particular, what I want to draw is that in this case, where there is no documentation, I only want to establish who should take the responsibility. Let's just conclude on that. Then this second scenario, when we read that, then we'll better understand. So let's just limit it to this one.
Yes, for that one, let's go back to the financial regulation again. What does the law say? If you look at the financial regulation, it says an imprest holder is responsible for the full amount of his or her imprest until it is properly retired. So it's simple.
So where we don't have sufficient documentation,
the person is responsible.
The person
is
now responsible.
The law is very clear on that.
Huh?
Yeah.
So we take that. Where it involves a disease, what do we do?
Normally, if it involves a disease, when somebody dies in service, there are certain procedures that you have to take. For example, there may be something that is due to you, or whatever, and in that instance, if something the person actually owes, that should be taken away from whatever the government owes him before the finance is given to the family. But what you do in this situation is you need to maybe consult with the Attorney General's office to find out more information about the next step to take. Because I think I've seen 1 or 2 deceased people here. Because it's still in their name, so it's still going to show unretired. Yeah. No, but it's not for them. No, I understand, but it's not in the bank. If you die, even you die, it's not written up like that. They follow.
Auditor General?
Yeah.
Auditor?
I think following on what Honorable Mbo has said, as per the regulations, if somebody is deceased in service and he also has some obligations, there are entitlements to him that you deduct those entitlements before paying. The Accountant General is very much aware of this because he administers the pension schemes for government, and in that process, there are always examples of those scenarios where they do as per what the law says. Notice some people saying writing off is some options that comes where there are no other regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Then we'll seek advice from the Attorney General. Now, those in the payroll,
Chair, those are the payroll, those are the biggest problem. For me, there's something that you're supposed to do, you refuse to do it. That in itself, financially, if you go back to the general orders, is a misconduct. Gross misconduct or a misconduct or a misdemo. You see, I don't know. Something ought to have happened before they deduct in payroll. Because they've infringed the law. The law tells you, you take an impress, retire on a so and so date, but you deliberately refuse to retire. And now all of a sudden you've agreed to be deducted. And then it's okay like that. I mean, that's a big problem. You are in fact, that's the one we need to be more serious about. The people that are in service, which means they knew what they were doing and they've agreed to be deducted. That is completely wrong.
Yes, what's the suggestion?
They should go and retire the entire amount. If they cannot, they just pay the whole amount. That's it. Because now if somebody owes, you didn't retire 200,000 and you're going to be deducted based on the lawsuit that we have, they cannot deduct you, I think 1/3 or something like that. How long is that going to take?
That's the constraint.
Exactly. How many years they're going to take?
The Accountant General is facing.
Exactly. So for me, those people, they should ask them to go and pay immediately.
If they refuse or they don't?
You take legal action. Because in fact, the GO, you have gross misconduct. Gross misconduct, and I can read it. You know, sometimes, I mean, I don't know. But
yes, Honorable Chair.
By accepting the deduction from their monthly salaries, as if the money was given to you, or this money was given to you as on loan basis. It wasn't loan. It wasn't a loan. It was a retirement that you're supposed to do. And failure in doing that, I don't think we should compromise. So I think I definitely concur with him. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Are you trying to put aside the option of deducting from their salaries, which the Accountant General is applying in some cases, and which is working? Only that maybe for amounts that cannot recover till their retirement, that's where she is finding problem.
Yeah. Yes. Chair, I think for me, I'll suggest let it be one of payments because, yeah, I think that's better.
One of payment.
Let them pay the entire money.
It must be backed by law. That's the amount that should be deducted monthly. That's a limit. So you cannot go beyond that.
But this is not law. This wasn't given to them as loan.
Accountant General, sorry, Auditor General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I just wish to align with Honorable Mbo, but to stress that in the financial regulation, it is very clear that if you are caused a loss to the government, you are supposed to pay immediately. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, is provided for provisions to recover those monies. and to restitute them with immediate effect. If you are given an interest, it's an advance for you to carry out a particular activity. If you do not carry out that activity, and you acknowledge not carrying out that activity by not bringing evidence of retirement, then you have caused a financial loss to the government. Therefore, you should pay back that money with immediate effect. If it is more than $3,000, any amount more than $3,000, you should pay back immediately. This is what the financial regulations provide for under Public Finance Act. If you acknowledge that you took the money and you did not make it for the purposes which they were intended, then you should bring back the money. Thank you.
Are you suggesting any amount more than $3,000? You can pay that immediately.
That is what the law says, Honorable. It's not actually even my suggestion. It's what the financial regulation states. Thank you.
Ofana Soyohano. Yame.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Looking at the situation, because this is a situation that we find ourselves. I think this issue of impress is almost around 2016 or so. So, and some of these people, those in the active service, as the law is clear, we can go by the law, but also we can try to see based on your recommendation. Like it's a process. What do we want to achieve is to recover all these monies. But how do we recover it? Because sometimes, I don't know, because I want to be clear to that. The category of people that government officials that are, qualified to receive impress, who are they? Because sometimes I don't think a junior, staff or whatever can be given an impress, wherein tomorrow you start deducting and it becomes a problem. So if at all they are senior government officials, I think deducting them will help, to at least achieve our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think exactly this is the point. This is not a loan. When it comes to the law, I don't think many a times our own opinion is relevant. We apply it or we'll be abusing it. The only point I want to be clear on is the Auditor General have alluded to the fact that the accountant, the permanent secretary, should come out with modalities for the recovery. These modalities, does it give allowance to the fact that there could be instances where it doesn't need to be recovered in full, or these modalities, does it give allowance for installmental payments? If at all, the law doesn't provide for any flexibility, who are we to bring in our opinion? You must just what? Work by the dictates of the law. But if you can clarify that point, when you say that the permanent secretary should come out with the modalities for the recovery, what do you exactly mean?
Thank you so much, Honorable. Maybe I just wanted to clarify that it is actually provided for in the financial regulation, under section 39 of the financial regulation, that if losses are incurred by a public official, the permanent secretary must notify that officer that these amounts are under his name, and therefore he needs to make good of those amounts. If he fails to make good of those amounts, then the permanent secretary will so charge him for those amounts, and then the recovery mechanisms of surcharging will now kick in. That is what I meant by saying that. Thank you.
Mo?
Just a last one. I want to clear all ambiguities. What are the recovery mechanisms for surcharging?
I would not remember the details exactly, but under section 39, it goes into the details of how it will be done.
Okay. Do you have section
39? Yes, under the financial regulations.
So we have that here. Can we have section 39?
Yeah, I think the section 39, in fact, talks in detail the losses where, if there's a loss, probably they're going to have a maybe loss advisory committee, and there are steps they actually have to take. But mind you, this one, it's not like somebody is giving physical cash and then the cash is lost completely out. This is somebody deliberately refusing to account for the money that was given to him or her. This is where the difference is. And again, if you look at the, just like he said on section 39, the vote control, that's the permanent secretary, reserves the right to surcharge him the full amount, not even by a month, whatever, but the full amount, except if proper explanation can be given that satisfy the permanent secretary. So for me, doing this monthly deduction is not going to solve the problem because of you've already infringed on the laws completely. You are given money and you are asked to account for it, but you refused. And now you have agreed to be deducted every month. Until when? Because if we agree to those kind of things, somebody else can also do the same thing. I can take money and then refuse to retire, and then say, okay, now you take it from my salary. That is wrong. We must send the right signal. What they have done is wrong, and they must be surcharged the entire amount. They must be given time frame for them to pay the full amount, not on monthly deduction. You see, the monthly deduction could have alerted them that you have done something that's wrong. Because again, when they try to make the contact, maybe they just keep quiet, they don't do anything. But when they start to deduct them, they're going to go there and ask, why are you deducting me? So in that case, the permanent secretary should take the responsibility to ensure that they get the full recovery amount. Because if you go back, the general order is a gross misconduct actually. If you go back to the financial regulations 2016, also they are supposed to take it. So GO, all of them, for me, it's simple. Those that are in the service, they must be given time frame based on the agreement they have with the permanent secretary to pay the entire amount within a given time frame. Monthly deduction is just alert them that there's something is wrong, but to give somebody God knows how many years to pay for 200,000 every month, they deduct $2,000, $3,000 for how long? So for me, I think there must be a proper time frame given to them, and if they refuse, legal action must be taken. Still now, the law it was talking about, even if you are dissatisfied with this surcharge, they do it. They ask you can actually go and appeal to the minister. Still. So it's not like they just make the law out of the blue. So I think there are enough laws that that protects these things, So you pay, or then you go through the disciplinary process.
Okay. The last point on this first presentation.
It's at page 14. Who was owing, or who is still owing? I think the amount was 1 million, and he was able to pay 735,000, and still a balance of 315,000 being recovered from payroll. How long did it take him to pay this amount?
I think, Honorable Cham, let's take it in order. Where he presented, we are
No,
confined.
this is just the example that I'm quoting.
No, but it's out of the one that she presented.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Chairman, to conclude, we need to decide, based on the list that is being provided, those who are being deducted from the payroll, now that we know the deductions from the payroll are inconsistent with the provisions of the law, we need to conclude and advise the Accountant General accordingly as to what is the way forward. And I think that is not a difficult one to do.
So guess.
I don't need to suggest. Let's make sure we implement the law. Make sure that those who are deducted from the payroll, let them be notified that this is your outstanding balance. Let it be paid in full. If they fail to do so, let the law take its course, because this is what the law is saying. So I think if we can agree to that, then we can conclude that particular one and move on, so that they will also know clearly what is expected from them.
Accountant General, what he's proposing is that those who are deducted from the payroll, oh, Johannes, sir?
We can read.
You are directly
You're
on the,
deliberately punishing us. I will not do it.
well, the proposal is that those who are deducted from source be written to, and for them to pay the balance if they fail to do so by the time frame given, then legal action can be taken. That's also another point. And the time frame that may be given is, we are saying, by January or February rather, end of February, we'll be publishing the list. And if you should be, you'll be written to during the course of the time frame. If you are there, you are written to by the publication, the action that we're supposed to be taking, then you also fall under, after the publication, the action that we're supposed to take, they will also fall under that category. I think that will help. Let them be written to when, if you can say by next week, they can all be written to, so that by the time we will do the publication, that is end of this month, that is February, the action that will be recommending, that will be taken after the publication, if they fail to respond, then can also fall under that period for that action to be taken. Is that okay?
Yes, I just want to know, to pay off by which day? When should they?
That is the time frame that we have given for publication, is end of month. So we also take that to end of month. February? That's Susan,
Yeah.
okay? Three months. From,
Yeah.
from the date of publication. From date of publication.
So to be more specific, do we say from the 1st of March, 3 months from the 1st of March?
Yes.
Yeah.
The last one is where we have available for retirement. The time frame, all we need is time frame for that process. Available for retirement. Can you propose time frame for that? As Accountant General
It's the auditors to come.
or Auditor General? Yes, Auditor.
For us to make it easy, if they have anything that is available under this impressor that they retire, let them finish it to our office. And we will check them and come back and verify and report back that we have seen these retirements to the Honorable House and said, confirm exactly what we have seen. So this shouldn't be a very difficult thing. If they have anything that they can, that they wish to advise us on, we're available. We will take that.
Take so? Okay. Pardon.
and there's no gender empowerment because I'm getting auditors, would it also be proper if the accountant general's office is providing you with a list of those retiring this impress? Would it be proper for them to also indicate the time effect, the time that they for example, if someone is owing 100,000, because I'm seeing cases in here that someone is owing or was owing $100,000 and on payroll, recovered from the payroll exactly $100,000, and I am seeing a case where they said the ongoing the deduction is still ongoing. How is it ongoing? So would it be possible, or would it be okay if they can also provide you with the time exactly when they started deductions? Because I'm also seeing cases in here whereby someone is owing $100,000 and the person just okay, 1,000 something was only deducted from the $100,000 interest. So when will it take for that person to complete or to settle this retirement? So I think it will also be important for them to indicate the time when the deduction will affect or when they started. I think this can also help. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, if I understand your question, if they providing us with the information about the retirement or available supporting documents, they can provide any information about the status of the recovery. How far have they recovered from each of these particular people that they have recovering from? That's exactly when did they start? Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I think on this issue of available for retirement, we've not conclude what should be the time frame. Yeah, I think it's important we conclude that.
Only thing I want to bring to the attention of the committee is that by the 1st of March, there should be a publication. So whatever the Accountant General and the Auditor General's office need to do should be between now to the 1st of March. Because the list that should go out should be a clean one, not so.
Yeah.
So which means your reconciliation or receiving those available retirements should be within that time frame. I don't know whether that will help. Because by the 1st of March there will be a publication. So before the publication, we make sure that the reconciliation is done.
Accountant General?
Yes, I just want to maybe bring out this point that it is important in as much as, yes, we're obliged to submit to the auditors. I think it is also important that after submitting, we sit with the auditors to take them through, because we have a system. Whatever we are saying, it's coming from the system. They should be able to gather evidence based on their interaction with the system. So they would have a first-hand information as to whatever we are doing. Yes, there's some documentation that we need, like the receipts that have been presented. Those we need physical evidence, but some of this evidence also can be gathered from the system. I.e., a typical example is what we're doing in terms of those that we're deducting from payroll. That information is available. It's just a matter of putting them through. So they'll be able to know when this deduction started, how much is being deducted from them month in, month out, and they should be able to use that information and corroborate it with the evidence they have in hand. So I think this working together is important. It's not just submitting to the auditors, and if, for example, they have another view different from our view, we still have the issue still pending and outstanding, and we come here before you and we're like, it's not like that. Because we have a section specifically for that, where they say this and we say that. As far as the system is concerned, it's this, but then the auditors are saying something else. So I think that collaboration needs to be there. We need to sit with them. In as much as we're submitting documents, they need to be taken through the system that we are depending on for the job to be done.
Auditor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I would agree with the Accountant General on that. We have no problem reconciling with them all this information. If they provide the evidence, even the payroll evidence, if you provide us with a Excel file, for example, of the deductions, we can choose to verify and just confirm few things and just satisfy ourselves. But as far as we are concerned, we are available to make this process work with you amicably. If we see the documentations, you are satisfied with this retirement, we are not satisfied, we will comment on clearly to you that this documentation is not a sufficient retirement for us. So we will do this together with you. And our office is open to receiving all this information. Please, what I would advise is that we just have to be very open about it. Just bring out everything that you have and tell us. If you have challenges, we will also note those challenges and we proceed with it. So we are open to that. Thank you, Honorable.
I think that is okay. Let's proceed on that.
Yes. You know, sometimes, when you deal with systems, for example, some of this can actually happen where there may not be, physical evidence, but you can go and review. I just want to get some clarification on the cancellations. For example, you give somebody an impress, and later on, for some unknown reason, then you decide to cancel it. Wouldn't you also keep evidence of those cancellations, like in terms of documentation and stuff? Wouldn't you keep evidence of those things?
Okay, it depends. It depends on the scenario. Let's say, for example, you were raising an impress on the system, and for one reason or the other, you made a mistake, which means you cannot continue. You would not have evidence, physical evidence of what. What would be the evidence is the narrative. For example, in reversing that impress, you would go and raise a debit memo, for example, if that is what you're using to cancel this. And it would give you an opportunity to explain why you are canceling that that impress. So in that narrative, then the person would know why you are going ahead to cancel this. And any reviewer looking at that would, be convinced as to why you are canceling this. So, but it's different from another scenario that explains why. In that case, you cannot apply the rule to that kind of a situation. Obviously, some cancellations would require physical evidence, but not all cancellations would require physical evidence.
Yes, Chair. Just like the examples you gave about the raising a debit memo to cancel. If you raise a debit memo, I would suppose somebody would have to authorize that debit memo,
yeah.
to
Yes.
So wouldn't that be some kind of evidence that would be an evidence that you are canceling due to, and somebody has authorized that transaction?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, it depends on where during the process you reached
Okay.
before you do the cancellation.
Okay.
Sometimes if the process has not completed, it would not require you to do a debit memo. But what people would do, what accountants would do is they would initiate a transaction to a certain point, abandon it, go and raise another one. So obviously there is somewhere that you would reach, it would commit funds, and if you do not reverse it, yes, this impress holder did not get this. So what you need to do as an accountant, let's say from our side, if we are following up this impress, we will go and find out up to what stage it has reached and whether the actual transaction has hit, which means outflow of funds has happened or outflow of funds has not happened. Because now it has reached this point, it has created an invoice, which means money, it has recorded it as if he has paid you. But then the person would come and say, I have not paid. We have a similar situation where somebody was given an impress, and since I can't remember which year, it's been a couple of years, that person still is saying he has not taken that money. I have never been given an impress. So what we have done is, we are still up to today, because it's a long time ago, we have use the system to check, and we have seen that the money has hit our TMA, which means it's a debit in our bank account. Now, what next course of action? We are engaging the central bank, but obviously, since it's a long time ago, to give us who actually received that money from central bank. So that is how difficult some of these things are. And we cannot conclude until central bank gives us the name of the individual with his ID, who have, because it can be endorsed in somebody else's name, and that person not handing over the money to him, and for him, as far as he's concerned, I've not taken money. But as far as the money has gone and it's given in your name, you are accountable. So that is still outstanding. We're waiting for central bank to give us that confirmation. So those are the challenges that we are faced with. You know.
Yes, can we proceed with the next presentation on
that is what we're saying. We apply different methods to confirm that yes, money has gone out. Yes, he was the one who encashed the check. No, it was not him who encashed the check. So that is it.
Can we proceed?
To clarification on the debit memo, we talk about the issue of authorization. Is authority given to the individual who raised the impress, or it's given to someone else with regards to the user rights? Do you have the right to initiate a transaction and then still now you have the same right for the cancellation?
Oh, okay. From the
I'm asking about the user rights.
The
Yes.
The accountant.
Yeah. Who raises the debit memo?
The accountant.
The accountant.
Yes.
Now who actually puts it in the system?
The accountant raises the payment, and the accountant also has the right to raise a debit memo to cancel. But all these processes, you cannot initiate it and complete it. It goes through a process of authorization. So if the accountant raises before he can access or he can actually cancel it, it goes through another approval process, different from the person who has initiated it.
Thank you.
Accountant General, you may proceed with the presentation.
Oh.
Yes. Done with Appendix A. I guess we are continuing to Appendix B.
Page now.
B. For impress.
Okay.
We have not started the
Appendix
accountant
B,
list,
cancellation. Okay.
and we have made a mistake.
Pardon?
We continue with Appendix B.
Okay. Appendix B takes us to cancellations and errors.
Okay.
If, with your permission, if I can go through it, we have an impress for the year 2015. There is no impress number indicated, and the ministry was Ministry of Finance, and the individual was Abdullah Toure. The amount was 40,000. We have checked and found out that there is no impress pending amounting to 40,000 for this individual. And although the auditors are saying there has not been evidence given to them to support this claim. So just like my earlier comment, maybe we'll need to sit with the auditors to take them through to confirm this assertion.
Yes. Want to come in?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, I want to comment on this cancellation and errors. I just want to use the opportunity to clarify that under this particular point, just to also allow for not to expose too much time on this particular issue. It's not a very material issue as far as we are concerned after reviewing the evidences. Most of these things have been started in the system, but we will note that there is no physical transfer of cash, so these are systemic issues. We will advise the Accountant General to be very regular on its month-end procedures. If the month-end procedures were actually done, we would have not found these things at the during our audits. They would have cleared them by the end of the month, because these are transactions that are initiated, not completed. So in the month-end procedures are supposed to clarify and exhaust all these issues. So we advise them to improve on the internal control, but as far as we are concerned, this is not a very material issue, this Appendix B. Thank you.
Can we proceed with the presentation? Then questions can come. Let us finish the presentation then, as we did for the first, the Appendix 1A. Oh. Okay, that's the last one. Next, we'll proceed.
What I want to propose is, because looking at this, the auditor have already made their opinion. And whatever we do here is based on the audit of evidence, which is presented before us. And going through it, the audit evidence have been consistent, to which he's made a general observation. So I think what we need to do is just make observations or recommendations based on his audit observation and move on to the other appendix. Because he's saying there was no cash movement, it was a system error, so there were no material losses. So that's my proposal. Instead of presenting this one, we go to the other appendix, and then during our recommendation, we can put into consideration everything that we have just said. Thank you.
Well, yeah, maybe she can just make it quick, but I think it's fair. We allow her to do the presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Chair. Chair. I think there's no need, because you see, once it's cancelled, just like what he was explaining, what actually happened, and that's why I asked that question. You know, you initiate something, you couldn't continue, and then you leave it, and then start something else again. Unless funds are committed, women's checks are printed, maybe, you know, but otherwise, I think as long as our main support partner, they are satisfied with them, for us, I think, you know, we can just move on to something else. My opinion.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that maybe you try to exempt the detailed part, but the ones that we feel were cancelled from the list, if you can read them, then it's important we get that. The names and then the amount that were cancelled. You want to come in?
Chair, since it's a system error, earlier on we were particular about the individuals whose names were wrongly published, and they were not part of the interest holders. Now is the real situation whereby, due to system error, certain individuals, their names are here, and they've never received funds, and we've cleared that it is an error. I think by allowing the presentation, we'll be making a big error.
If it's named that particular person have been wrongly entered, we name them that they have cancelled. I think it's important for people to hear that their entry have been cancelled.
And if they are not named at all?
No, it's good. They are listed, so now let's name and then clear them.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Please. Accountant?
Yes, my view in this is, as the Auditor General said, since there has not been any outflow of cash, in effect, that is why from day one, we decided to group them in different categories, not dumping them all together. We came up with that initiative so that, you know, it wouldn't be misleading. So if you still want us to go through quickly, I can go through them.
Yes, quickly.
To explain the status as we have it as at now. For Demba Jaula, this impress was raised, but then it was eventually cancelled. And Lieutenant Colonel Lamin F.K. Jame, the transaction have been extracted but could not print due to low version of the old system. However, the reports can be viewed from the system. So basically, these are impress that have been outstanding for a very long time. We have upgraded our system, but yet there is they are available, or the systems are available, the different versions are available for to access, and confirm evidence of what actually transpired. We have Sana Jaju, 80,000. It is also confirmed from the bank statement that the check has not been cancelled and was not paid at the level of the bank. Day Fatu Job, an impress of 131,250. There is no impress pending amounting to 131,000 for Day Fatu Job. We also have Ansumana Sise. There is no impress pending amounting to 46,000 for Ansumana Sise. The retirement date was on the 10th of July 2015. Ami Hassan Jai, this impress was cancelled in the system with debit memo number this, but the reversal was not done to clear the impress. Momodu Lamin Jai, this impress was cancelled in the system with debit memo number 23DM00426, but the reversal was not done to clear the impress. Babukar Cham, the impress cycle was not completed, and it's confirmed that there is no payment effected against impress number 008, which is this impress number for Babukar Cham. Maria Madamfa, it's also indicated that the impress cycle was not completed, and there is an impress issue but no impress invoice attached. Therefore, no payment was effected. Jabang Sonko, the impress cycle was not completed. Therefore, there is an impress issue but no impress invoice created. Therefore, no payment was effected. Maulud Nabi Jaju, impress cycle also not completed. There is an impress issue but no impress invoice that was attached. Thereby, no payment effected. Esa Jaju, impress cycle also not completed. There is an impress issue but no impress invoice was attached. Therefore, no payment effected. Patu Jalo Bite, impress was not completed. This payment was processed up to generation level, but the check was voided and not reprocessed. Tombong Seni Cham, the impress cycle not completed. There is an impress issue, but no impress invoice was attached. Therefore, no payment was effected. Esa Jan, impress cycle also not completed and not submitted for retirement. Impress cycle not completed. Therefore, no impress issued. That should have been the comment not submitted for retirement. Gidom Balde, impress cycle not completed. This impress was cancelled in the system with debit memo 08DM00768, but the reversal was not done to clear the impress. Usman Job, not found any impress for him for this period. There is no impress pending amounting to 350,000 for Usman Job. Paul Mendy, no outstanding impress for this period. There is no impress pending amounting to 75,000 for Paul Mendy. Yankuba Koli, the only impress outstanding is 350 paid on check number 210536. There is no impress pending amounting to 150 for Yankuba Koli. Yeah, that's all for Appendix B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get some clarification about the status of the impress from the auditors. Who gave them the report? Do you give them the reports of this?
This came as part of the ETB, isn't it? It came as part of the ETB, and then they would go and pull the report for the impress outstanding.
So, yeah, but the reason why I'm saying is because, again, when you look at the last one here, it's saying the only impress outstanding is 350,000 paid on check number so and so. But on your response here, you are saying there is no impress pending amount to 150,000 for Yankuba Koli. So I'm trying to reconcile it to what's happening.
Yes.
This one is saying it and another one is saying something
Yeah,
different.
like I earlier said, you know, when you initiate a transaction, and if you are not going ahead with it, as an accountant, you need to go and cancel it and clear it off the system so that it would not commit funds. But if you do not complete the cycle, it would commit funds, and then it would come out as if the interest was paid when it was not paid. So now the idea is, when these reports are pulled, they need to go and look at the status to confirm that yes, this is an actual interest paid or not paid, which means, as the Auditor General said, if the month-end procedures and the year-end procedures are being done the way they should be, all this should have been cleared to the point that now, when the accounts are being pulled for auditing, it is a clean slate that is being provided for audit. So that is where the issue comes in.
So now, in this case, it's not the 150,000, but the 250,000.
Yes.
So we take that
because this 150 is still 350 is still outstanding on his name as outstanding.
On his name.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not cancelled.
No.
Just a clarification. Do we still expect to find this in the ETV, let's say at the year end,
In the
2023?
report.
Yes.
Unless it is cleared, it would still be there. But if it is not cleared, it will still be there.
What is stopping it from being cleared? Because in future reports also we might see it. What do we do to clear the system?
You know, we are dealing with prior years, where the audits have been finalized and you cannot go and change the figures. You know, those are the kind of constraints that we are faced with. Once the accounts have been audited, finalized, you cannot go back and open and start changing figures. You know, so they have to be now looked at subsequently in subsequent years. That is the constraint that we have.
Okay.
The only issue now is it's good that we have individuals there who have the institutional memory. But had it been, it was not that case, an individual will be wrongly penalized for funds that he did not do. And having them there, appearing year in, year out, again, might bring some complications.
I know.
So I think we can find a way. There must be a way out of it. There must be a way out of it. To clear the system and then have a fresh start, then the internal controls start working, then you can have a clean state. Because if not, what we are seeing, its appearance now is indefinite, based on the status quo. Sorry, the Auditor General wants to comment.
Just wanted to add on to what Honorable Governor is saying. With regards to that prior year, he is very right that there are prior year events that, if they are touched in the current system, they will alter the account. But they could be generalized, like you said, there is a way out. After they have agreed that these are retirements, are all genuine retirements, and this committee has been updated formally, then there will be generalization of those balances, and they will affect now the prior year going forward. The other balances of those years could be adjusted, but this has to be, agreed with them and the auditors. Thank you.
I want to say we have the option to journalize, which we are working on now. That is for the impress holders that submitted their impress, recently. But the other bit that we are talking about is the report. We are also looking at the possibility of engaging the IT so that we could have some kind of deletion mechanisms whereby we can go and delete that impress. Because if you look at the report is a bit mutually exclusive from the journal. Even if we do the journal as at now, it would not go retrospectively and clear that report. So the journal we are handling, but that one we would have to engage the IT and see whether it is possible to go back to the report and get those transactions cancelled so that they would not repeatedly feature.
Yes, I would like to recall my colleague's point here. You have to be careful because in accounting we don't delete. We just have to enter a transaction to clarify as at the date of the effective date that this now, if for example, if you print it as at 31st December and it's outstanding, the IT could do adjustment that will clear it on the 31st of December 2022. So that if you print it as at today's date or the earlier after that date, it will give you a status quo of when your journal was affected. So rather than deleting. So I think deleting is not an option. Thank you.
And if I may add into that, you don't need it to be retrospective because your current values are inaccurate as per the degree of the inconsistency of these figures. So once you raise the journals now, retrospectively, they will correct what? No, prospectively. Moving forward, they will correct your values. You know, with the historic one, that's okay. Now, this narration is telling us that because of A, B, and C, that's why the ETB was including them. So we don't need them corrected to be corrected in the past, but moving forward. So you can post them now and then your current values will be accurate.
But even if you do that, when you go back and print your report, 2015, 2016, you will still have them as.
They have to be there. If you see them in 2016, you come to 2023, and then you see the journal posting, they will cancel out. You don't delete an accounting, they will cancel out.
Can we proceed now? The next one, Appendix C.
Appendix C. Sorry. Appendix C is for those that are currently on the payroll and are being deducted. They're being deducted. The outstanding interest is being deducted from their salary. I want to quickly say, after listening to the deliberations on the deduction from payroll, that this is also a method of surcharge, but we may want to say that given the magnitude of the sums that are involved, maybe that is not a very appropriate surcharge. And given that our objective is to recover the money and close the matter, then it could be a valid point. So this is not so much, but going through them quickly, we have Omar Jiba. It was supposed to be retired in 2008. The interest amount was 1.05 million. Currently, we're recovering. We have recovered so far $735,000, and it is still being recovered. So we have Adama Jimba Job, 40,000, and also we are currently recovering the salary. So far, the amount that is recovered is how much? $5,097.40 bututs. $5,097.40 bututs. Musaba, $50,000. How sure are we? Education. It's him, exactly.
I think, yes. Honorable members.
No.
Honorable members, I think.
No, because
at
it
our
is
last
there.
session,
The BE is there.
last sitting, Musaba did this clarification. Maybe some Honorable Mbo and Chang were not there. This question was put. Yeah. So he did a clarification. Can you proceed?
Okay. Jibril Bari, 52,000. He is currently being recovered from payroll, and $1,959.46 bututs. It's like the deduction started when? Was it November? Yeah. Yes. Fabala Kinte, 30,000 salary input form for November. How much has been deducted? Fabala Kinte? You don't have it.
No, let us present then.
23.
That's the information they are given. So you can take note of, yes.
Okay.
That is not provided time of printing, so it is in the system. So if, as they are reading, then you can put in the figure. Yeah, well, according to what she's trying to say is that our record here, we don't have those deductions indicated. The one Mr. Ba is reading from the system.
Oh, okay. It looks like Fabala Kinte, our updated comment is available for retirement, which means a salary input form was done for November payroll to be deducted, but eventually he brought in his documentation. And the same applies to Papa Seka.
I don't understand, sorry. What do you say on Fabala?
Fabala Kinte, in November, a salary input was prepared for deduction from payroll, but subsequently, he brought in his retirement documentation. So we're saying here that those documents are available for retirement. It looks like he had the input was prepared for him to be recovered from payroll, but he brought in his documentation. What I need to confirm was, did we actually start in November before he now brings his documentation for retirement?
Okay. That is to say whether this 30,000 is still outstanding or not.
No, whether any amount was deducted as at November and December before he brought his documents as evidence of spending.
Whether there was deduction.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is, we
but
need to
again,
confirm that. But he brought in evidence.
Again, whether there is outstanding or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, he's saying he was deduction started because that salary input was prepared for salary to start, for his salary to be deducted effective November. So after it started, he brought in documentation to say, these are my evidence of my whatever. Why are you deducting me? Then that was when it ceased.
Chair?
Chair.
No, I just want to repeat my question. Maybe the Accountant General did not understand, or maybe she did not hear what I was saying. I asked, when was this report printed, and why is it mentioned in this report that the figures that they are mentioning, or they are saying that this particular person has paid, or they have recovered this particular amount from this particular person, is not mentioned here? That's what I am asking. Because I think if they're giving us an information, it needs to be cleared, but it is not indicated here, so which means it is not cleared to me.
Can I come?
Yeah, Accountant General.
Okay. So maybe what was missing was how much was recovered so far before he brought in evidence of retirement. So that is what is missing here, to say we have started deducting him this much, and then he brought in evidence this time around, which means this was what we have recovered from his from payroll before we stopped it.
But when was this printed? When did you print this document and give it to the National Assembly or the FPA committee?
We submitted this document today.
So it means it has been in the system throughout, or before the submission of this document, that this amount has been paid, isn't it?
As at November 2022.
then it should reflect here today.
No, what I'm saying is, as at November 2022, or before the payroll of November 2022, we didn't have any evidence of retirement, which means we went ahead to deduct him from payroll. But as soon as we started deducting him, he brought in his document to say, you're deducting me for this when I have actually submitted. I'm submitting it again. Because remember, we have this issue of, we're not collecting it centrally. It's MDAs doing the payment of interest, and people would now submit to them, that is to the accountants. And they're supposed to collate those information and bring it, because previously, in previous years, we're looking at this as far back as 2015. So previously, it was being retired at the level of the MDAs. But then with this push and pull, I have submitted, you have not captured, you lost my documents and things like that, we decided to centralize it. But still, with that centralization, MDA accountant, people would submit to their accountants at the level of MDAs, and they will now bring it to us for retirement. So with those, sometimes documents get missing. So if we start deducting your salary and you're aware, then you would come forward and say, I have previously submitted, but now I'm submitting it again. So when you give us your documents, we would verify, and then that is the reason why your deduction would be stopped. But like your comment is, what is missing here is to tell you how much, to indicate here how much we have recovered so far, until now that we are stopping the recovery to say, yes, you are okay.
Yes, sir. So far?
I can still see Honorable is in doubt, and you are right. What we will request is not only for Papa Seka, but you can kindly avail to us the total amount recovered. Once that is reduced from the impress amount, then we'll have the balance.
For the individuals.
Yeah, for the individuals. Not now, but you can do that because you have the figures. I mean, Mr. Ba is having it on his laptop. You have the total impress value for individuals. Then, no.
Yeah.
Yes, for all of them. If at all that was
deduction have ceased.
No, sorry. Let's make it easy. Her question is premised on the fact that for these payroll deductions, the individuals listed, you'll have the impress amount, you'll have the amount recovered. In many cases, it is zero. When they are already being deducted, some of them since from November. So had it been cumulatively, November deduction, December deduction, January was added, subtracted from the impress amount, you would have gotten a balance. Altogether. This is the point she was trying to raise. So by the time of the publication, let's say by end of February, around 1st of March, if we can have that updated list, then that will help us. But as for now, let's take this and then we'll go through it.
There were ones that she did mention that, subsequently they came forward and submitted. So those ones would form part of the auditor for them.
Absolutely, I think that is in order. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Can we proceed? Now, in the case of Fabula Kinte, that is, you have to decide on the available, what is available for retirement. When that is established, then you will know whether there is any outstanding interest or not. Is that the case? And whether you have done any deduction or otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sohna Jawara, currently being deducted from payroll, and Pali Kemeta Sambu, currently not in the payroll. Fali Kemeta Sambu. Yeah. So this one we will need to establish whether actually input we started deduction or and then Nyalo Barrow currently being deducted from the payroll, and the amount so far deducted is indicated 4,783.40. Sambu Kamara is currently being deducted from payroll, and an amount of 4,634.80 is so far recovered. Nene Ture currently being deducted from payroll, an amount of $3,685.66 being so far recovered. Ansumana Sanyang, an amount of 4,693.06 was recovered so far, and he has brought in evidence of retirement. Momodou Lamin Bojang being deducted currently from payroll, an amount of 1,000 we started deducting, and he has a balance of 48,000. For the SK Balajo, currently being deducted, so far recovered 4,033.06, and a balance of 35,966 remains outstanding. Bakari Sonko recovered so far 4,027.60 and currently being deducted from payroll. And Buba Sanyang currently being deducted 11,000 so far, 660 has been recovered, and a balance of 288,340. Buba Sanyang two different years. It looks like it. Yeah. Okay.
Is that one also being deducted from payroll?
It says being recovered from payroll, but what is not indicated is what have been recovered so far. How much? Yes, but how about the second one? Into one.
Now, for the second one, 143, what has been deducted for that?
No,
The amount recovered.
Like he said, it is being, the two are
Combined. Okay.
And it's being deducted from payroll as one.
Okay.
From?
Okay.
Because it's still the same pay code.
Okay. Okay. The two are joined. Okay. Yeah.
Chair, as I remember, as Mo quoted from the Act, that which reflects here, like this Buba Sanya is just one person, and who was given an impress from at 31st December 2020 and again 31st October 2021. If I may ask the Accountant General, why in 2020 when he was given an impress of $300,000, which was not retired, and again 2021 he's given another impress? Why did that occur?
Yeah, I may not be able to have the answer to that fully, knowing that there's this control where if you have an outstanding impress in your name, you shouldn't be given another impress. So most of these things, some of them, you may not be able to have an answer on the table to explain why that was done, unless you want to associate it with system issue, or some people just bypassing the law to have it done, because the law is very clear, people should abide by that, but maybe due diligence was not done at that end.
Okay. Can you proceed?
Ansumana Kinte currently recovered 5,280, and he submitted evidence of retirement, which is available for confirmation. Babukar Njai currently being recovered on payroll. So far 3,356.80 was recovered so far. Mam Jaranjai, so far 3,356.80 have been recovered so far, leaving an outstanding balance of 96,643. Fatu Suso currently being recovered, and so far $1,964 was recovered, and a balance of $30,036 remains. Sidi Mukhtar Haidara, 1,966 is currently being deducted, and he has an outstanding balance of 98,036. Wuye Drame, so far we had started deducting, and eventually it was found out that there was no such impress, and that the impress was cancelled through debit memo 21 DM 2110053. So the deduction ceased. Shirifo Jain, currently being recovered on payroll. So that one also will need to give you the evidence of how much have been recovered so far. It looks like, it was not indicated. Fatumata Singate, so far recovered 3,234, and an outstanding balance of 96,766 is outstanding. Sanjali Trawale, an amount of 4,658 was so far recovered, and the balance of 60,342 is currently being recovered. Momodu Lamin Fofana, an amount of 4,170.80 have been recovered so far, and a balance of 95,829 is outstanding. Momodu S. Jalo, 2,742.40 is recovered, leaving a balance of 80,757 to be recovered. Seni BI, an amount of 4,588 is so far recovered, leaving a balance of 69,412. Giving a total amount of $811,606.38 bututs recovered so far, leaving a balance of 2,648,901.62.
Excluding the ones that are not featured in this.
Pardon?
I said excluding the amounts that are not featured in some areas.
Yes, this is specifically for those that were recovering through payroll.
Payroll.
Yes.
But you were indicating that some were recovered, but the figures are not stipulated.
Exactly.
So
yes.
This
yes.
amount is excluding those ones. Okay. Hopefully, you can get to around
Pardon?
I think roughly the figure will raise a bit high.
Yeah.
Yeah, quickly again, let's go to Appendix D.
Okay, Appendix D.
Oh, sorry. Honorable members, do you have any issue with Appendix C?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the issue we addressed earlier on. So when we come to that, then we can, yeah. So we can move.
Okay.
And to add, the figures that were not stipulated, if you can help us the update so that we know those figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appendix D deals with unretired interest. Suare Jabai OP 407,560 was issued, and today it is unretired. This impress, as part of the documentation submitted when he was contacted, gives an indication of him handing over the money to Lamin Nyabali amounting to 105,000, another amount of 100,000 to Cornelius Gomez, and Malafi Chaju, Max Aksigai, and Majanko Samusa, $200,000 each. Huh? Yes, so let him help him. And you know, he used to lambaste us here in Parliament. Exactly, he'll help us. Yeah. So this is the this is the scenario. Then another one says Suare Jabai $613,800, and we have confirmed that this check has actually been paid out. And there is also an indication with some, how do I call it, evidence of handing over to Yankuba Ture an amount of $613,800, where he indicated, confirming that he has received this money from Suare Jabai, and promised to a promissory note to say he would retire once the expenditure is completed. Joseph Jassy, an amount of 4,000. It's still outstanding, and this is a clear evidence of what we have done in terms of reaching out to these people, that our first engagement was to write to them through their known BEs, that's their ministries, that indicates the ministry that issued the impress to. So Ibrahim Bunsane, 105,200, also written to through Immigration Department, and the amount still remains unretired. Ibrahim Bunsane again, $164,998. Yes, so it looks like this is the breakdown of what was given to him to have total to 164,998. He was also contacted through the Immigration Department, who had given him this impress, but no response. And Momodu Kanyi, through the Ministry of Fisheries, he was contacted, but no response. The amount still remains outstanding. Abdullah NFS Sane, contacted through the Ministry of Health for an amount of 296,000. It still remains outstanding. Sana Malang Sambu, contacted through the Ministry of Health, 14,400. It's still, it's like he has retired 5,000, and the 14,000 remains unsettled. And Dr. Njogu Elba, 500,000 contacted through Ministry of Finance, although he was not working there, but he was given the interest by Ministry of Finance, and still no response. Dr. Njogu Elba, 5 million contacted through Ministry of Finance because he was the payment was given to him through by Ministry of Finance. The amount still remains unretired. Ibrahim O. Kamara, 5 million contacted through Ministry of Finance, and it's still not retired. Malamin Jaju, 1.016 million. It's also through Ministry of Finance, but no response. Alkali Jabi, 275,500 contacted through Ministry of Finance, no response. Patu Jase Kuyate, the same, contacted through Ministry of Finance, 100,000, no response. Manga Sanyang, contacted through Ministry of Finance, 150,000, no response. Musukeba Sonko, contacted through NGO Affairs, but no response. Recovered 6,100. 31,900 remains unretired. No contract. Yankuba Koli, 300,000. Contacted through OP, but no response. Yankuba Koli, 149,000. No response, it's unretired. Magic Nyang, 100. Magic Njai, not 150,000 contacted through OP, no response. Amadou Cham, 16,950 contacted through OP, no response. Amadou Cham, contacted through OP, no response. 177,600. Benedict Jame, 30,000 contacted through OP, no response. Buba Bojang, contacted through OP, 15,000, no response. Ibrahim JT Kujabi, 135,000 contacted through OP, no response. Edsa Jalo, contacted through OP, 81,300, no response. Eta Balde, this one eventually brought her retirement, and it's available for retirement. Jibril Bojang.
Esa Balde
Eta Balde
is retired, available.
Yes, available. Yes. Eta Balde, I think she, yeah.
Was she?
Eta Balde, I think I saw her. She was, part of it was recovered, and then she paid over the counter receipt. Wow, again. Jibril Bojang, 239,130, unretired, contacted through OP. Hasum Sise, 12,000, unretired, contacted through OP and in person. Aissatou Nene Toure. In fact, I forgot to say, Yankuba Koli also was contacted in person as well as through OP. Aissatou Nene Toure, 1,500, contacted through OP, but no response. Lamin Bojang, contacted through OP, no response, 988,330. Malafi Jaune, 46,930, contacted through OP, no response. Mamadou Jata, 300,000, contacted through OP, no response. Mamadou Seidi, 267,300, contacted through OP, no response. Mamadou Tangara, contacted through OP and in person, but he is refuting that he has ever been he has ever taken any interest. So this one, it's being investigated at the level of CBG, because we have checked and confirmed on our system that the outflow of cash did actually happen, but we have engaged officially CBG, and we're yet to get a confirmation from them. So it's still pending. Ida Fai Haidara, 50,000, contacted through OP, had recovered 18,240, but the amount of 31,760 still remains unretired. Miss Ida Fai Haidara, an amount of 336,960 remains outstanding, contacted through OP but no response. Musa Amendi, an amount of 256,600 remains outstanding, contacted through OP. Mustafa Fall, an amount of 1.033740 remains outstanding, contacted through OP but no response. Jogu Elba, 100,000, contacted through OP but no response. Usman Job, contacted through OP, no response. An amount of 50,000 remains outstanding. Sirending Sane, contacted through OP but no response. An amount of 187,750 remains outstanding. Talibuya Dukure, 46,681, contacted through OP, no response. Yankuba Koli, 200,000, contacted through OP, no response. And in person, Yankuba Ture, 247,000, contacted through OP, no response. Hasum Sise, contacted through OP and in person, 10,000 still remains outstanding. Maudo Jalo, 14,000. What? This one needs to be clarified, because that one is still outstanding. Honorable Fatmata Jahumpa, contacted through the National Assembly and in person, but she is also refuting this, although we have confirmed that the outflow of cash did actually happen. Ibrahim Samakor, 419, 150, recovered 23,000, so 400, and the balance of 395,750 still remains outstanding, as at the time he ceased to be in active service. Ibrahim Samakor, 684,540 still remains outstanding. That is it.
Your total?
In total, it looks like 20,534.
Okay, now let's come to the issue that I did say perhaps will be found in the other appendix. This is the one particularly, if you could recall, the one that received the impress by the name Suare Jabai, and then provided evidence of handing over, he said, amounts to one Lamin Nyabali, and then Cornelius Gomez, Mas Asi, Gay and Majanko Samusa. Hmm? Quickly. We just conclude now. Yeah, we finish. It's only this. So it will be premature. You mean this particular point, that is the unretired interest side. Appendix D. For consideration. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So let's take note. At the time of the consideration, substantively from Appendix D onwards, then detail these things can be raised, I think, yes. Because that involves some clarification. Yeah, it will involve some time to discuss. Yeah. Right. So that is that now. For the case of the impress, we'll stop here for now. Then we'll continue on the consideration on the impress. It seems we still have the second part of the agenda that we cannot even start, and both of them should go the same consideration. So what we'll do is to, before the consideration, because that one is also bulky. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's also, I mean, we'll start with the presentation of the management leaders of the consolidated financial statement. Then we can join the two considerations if there is time. But my fear whether we'll have that time also to know. Having this consideration done, presentation done, and then the two considerations. Today, where we are here, I think that is good. Yes. Expand like this. Okay. Consideration. So, honorable colleagues, we may not proceed with because of the time now, we may not proceed with the other item. The second part of this item, that is the accounts of the government accounts of 2019. Then tomorrow we'll proceed with that presentation, and then the joint consideration can follow suit. Okay? Can any honorable member move that we suspend the meeting? What is the time? What is the time? What's the time? 2:45. It's an adjournment, but if you adjourn, we will be coming. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, we'll adjourn until it's 2:43 now. 3:15. Some of us have not got our break. Please. Well, today is Monday. Monday I don't check fast. It's 4:03 now. Okay. Okay. So can somebody move that we adjourn the sitting until 3 o'clock? Second, there have been moved and second that the sitting be adjourned until 3 o'clock. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the sitting stands adjourned until 3 p.m. Accountant General and Auditor General tomorrow. Continuation of the presentation on the 2019 accounts, and then to be followed by the considerations. Thank you.